Everyone, you are welcome to day 2 of the District Teacher Supporting Training Workshop. And my name is Albert Lawetete. And I must say, I'm so privileged for your time. And for today, we're going to touch on Section 5. Section 5. And in Section 5, we are going to delve into supporting learning space facilitators. Supporting learning space facilitators. Under this section, we are going to touch on curriculum and material orientation workshops. We'll also look at lesson planning and design. Then we'll also touch on differentiation and adaptation. Then finally, we will look at assessment strategies. Now let's look at our expected learning outcome. So we are hopeful that by the time that we are done with session 5, participants will be able to understand the importance of curriculum orientation support to teachers or learning space facilitators, and plan, conduct, and orient workshops for teachers. Then again, we are hopeful that teachers or learning space facilitators will be able to teach using the necessary or the needed planning and design instructional. They'll be able to help teachers with the skills needed in planning and designing instructional lessons that are in line with the curriculum standards. Then again, they'll be able to state the purpose of differentiation and adaptation and its importance in the learning space. Then explain assessments, select and employ appropriate and various forms of assessment strategies that cater for the diverse learning needs of learners. Let me take you one more time through the learning outcomes. The first one has to do with understanding the importance of curriculum and material development orientation support facilitators, plan and conduct orientation workshop for learning space facilitators, help learning space facilitators with the skills needed and designing lessons that the curriculum standards. Then also state the purpose of differentiation and adaptation and its importance in the learning space. Then finally, explain assessments, select and employ appropriate and various forms of assessment strategies that cater for the diverse learning needs of learners. Right, so with our first preamble, supporting learning space facilitators. Why the need to support learning space facilitators? This is just to spark by way of checking on our entry behavior. And so let's look at the scenario there. Why, or the question, why the need to support learning space facilitators? I'm giving you some few minutes or few seconds to think through and come out with your response regarding the need in learning space facilitators. Do we need to support learning space facilitators at all? Yes. Any early bird welcome back. Sorry for the technical hitch there. We were discussing why the need to organize material orientation workshop. What comes to mind when you are asked about material orientation workshop? What is it? Amisu Idrisu, I've seen your response. Thank you so much. Yes, learning space facilitator need to be supported because they implement the curriculum and they need to be abreast with the necessary skills, knowledge, and competencies so to be effective and efficient in their facilitation. Thank you so much. Yeah, so let's come back to the session one. Yeah, so what is it? When we talk of orientation workshop, what comes into your mind when you are asked such a question? Material orientation workshop, what is it? Yes, I want your perspective regarding the overview of curriculum material orientation workshop. What is it? Right. So, in fine, it is a section where the fundamental beliefs, the values, and principles that shape content methods and assessment practices within the standard-based curriculum are discussed. I know you definitely respond to the question, but then in order for us to make progress, I'm giving you this perspective as well. And so it is a section, the workshop or the orientation, it is a section where the fundamental beliefs, the values, and the principles that shape the content, the methods, and assessment practices within the standard-based curriculum are discussed. Right. So let's move on to the key ideas here. Planning a curriculum orientation workshop. Yes, and so that was the question I posed. What comes into your mind when planning curriculum orientation? Right. So when you are planning curriculum orientation, first of all, you need to declare or define your objective. Your objective needs to be very smart. And here we are talking of the fact that you need to be specific on whatever you want to do. The targets that you've said, you need to be specific. You need to use active verbs. You need to be measurable. You need to be measurable. You need to be achievable. It needs to be relevant, and then it should be time bound because of course you work within a period, and so definitely you need to make it snappy so that at the end of the day you can evaluate and see whether or not you'll be able to achieve your target or your objective. And so we are saying here that for the first thing that you need to consider when planning, you have to consider the objectives. And I'm saying that the objective needs to be very smart. You need to use active words. And the smart, we mean it should be specific, it should be measurable, it should be achievable, it should be relevant, and then it should be time bound. Right. Then again, you need to have an elaborated curriculum content and material preparation plan. We need to choose our content and concepts, and we need to make sure that it aligns with the performance indicators and then the exemplars. Then we also move on to the next section, which talks about engage participant activity through the group discussion. Yeah, so here, in order to make it more interactive, we need to have breakout sections, plenary. We need to create that atmosphere, that flow for learners to engage, interact, cooperate, build that synergy so that they learn from one another. Right. Then we also talked about evaluate and provide supportive follow-up to gather feed forward for improvement. Yes. And so in the course of the planning, we need to evaluate, we need to track, we need to check, assess, and find out if whatever we are doing is actually what we intended to do. So that if we get a feedback, that we then inform and then improve on our section. Right. Then let's go to the first reflection for what we just talked about. You are an active member of the DTST in the Adicheye district. As a member of the monitoring team, and observe the following learning space facilitators teaching with different materials, some approved by NACA, others not. Significant number of teachers, including newly posted teachers, could not mention the curriculum they are implementing in their practice. Many teachers, when quizzed on how and where they can seek help in improving their practice as teachers, appear to be totally lost. The team recognized that there is a problem at hand. You are asked to lead a discussion on the various observations made. What is your take? Let me take you through one more time. Saying that you are an active member of the DTST in the Adicheye district. As a member of the monitoring team and observed, as a member of the monitoring team, you observe the following. Learning space facilitators teaching with different materials, some approved by NACA, others not. A significant number of teachers, including newly posted teachers, could not mention the curriculum they are implementing in their practice. Many teachers, when quizzed on how and where they can seek help in improving their practice as teachers, appear to be totally lost. The team recognized that there is a problem at hand. You are asked to lead a discussion on the various observations made. What is your take on this scenario? I'll give you some few minutes to think through and come out with your findings for us to discuss. So these are the questions. Question 1. What are the benefits of providing teacher orientation? What are some of the key things that new teachers need to learn during orientation? Right, so I'm on standby, waiting for your response. Send it through the chat box or the comment section so we discuss collectively. Yes, William Osu Chan. Curriculum orientation refers to the basic beliefs, attitude, or feelings in relation to a particular subject. Thank you, William, for being my first or early bird. Thank you so much. And thank you for your submission. I'm still waiting for your inputs and responses. As and when they pop up, we'll discuss them. Right, so let me take you through the questions one more time. The first one, what are the benefits of providing teacher orientation? And the second one, what are some of the key things that new teachers need to learn during orientation? And then the third one, how can teacher orientation help to improve teaching practice? help to improve teaching practice? Right, Yahaya Bawa, orientation is essential for every newly posted employee as it helps him or her to have a first-hand feel of the work and the job description. That is very perfect. Thank you so much, Bawa. Victoria, orientation exposes newly trained teachers to materials and resources they need to work with, when and where to seek for the right information. Thank you so much, Victoria, for that wonderful submission. Seth Donko, orientation abreast the teacher, the identification, use of resources. Thank you, Seth. Isaac Euku, curriculum orientation is about exposing teachers to the curriculum. Thank you, Isaac. Alfred, I will encourage teachers to participate fully in orientation programs, attend workshops. Active involvement in PLC programs can as well help to reduce these problems. Thank you, Alfred. Justin, most of the teachers have inadequate knowledge on the value, skills, and principles outlined in the basic curriculum. So there is a need to inform them through orientation. Thank you, Justin. Thank you, Justin. Yes, the last question, I'm not getting the feedback or the response from the last question, which says, how can teacher orientation help to improve teaching practice? How can teacher orientation help to improve teaching practice? To give new teachers adequate knowledge on the curriculum, and it will also ensure standardization of the curriculum. Right. So we're waiting for the third question. How orientation help improve teaching practice? Orientation helps the teachers to know how to use the resources available. Thomas Alamavo. Teacher orientation, it gives the teacher scope and dimensions of the teaching. Teacher orientation, it gives the teacher scope and dimensions of the teaching profession. Right. So thank you so much. I want us to William also. Okay, as an active member of the DTST, I will quickly get in touch with the master trainer and okay, this is coming from William. As an active member of the DTST, I will quickly get in touch with the master trainer and the appropriate officials to organize an orientation to such newly posted teachers as to how effectively to use and work with their curriculum. Thank you, Williams. Right. So I want us now to move to the next session. And that one talks about lesson planning and design. Lesson planning and design. And so we are hopeful that by the time that we are done with session 2, which talks about lesson planning and design, participants will be able to demonstrate understanding of lesson planning, prepare lesson plans for different subjects, and integrate active learning strategies in the lesson. Right. So let's look at the lesson plan flowchart. And so we are saying that in designing a learner plan or the lesson plan for that matter, we have three key areas that we need to touch on. And these areas, we have the first one being the objective and goal setting. Here we expect that you clearly define your objective, and this objective need to be SMART. You need to align the objective to the curriculum standard. So you need to first have your objective, what you seek to achieve, and you need to make it SMART. Then again, we move on to the instructional design and activities. Under the instructional design and activities, this is where you choose your content and concepts. You choose your content and concepts, and you align the concepts and then the content with the performance indicators and the examples. And this is where you're going to select the strategies that you use, whether you are going to go by demonstration, and then the various learning resources that you will need. Bear in mind the different learning styles. You need to consider or leverage on the strengths, the experience, and perspectives of the learner. You need to focus on the learner and add value to whatever expertise, whatever strength, or whatever experience the learner has. You need to leverage on their entry behavior. And so under the instructional design and activities, basically that is where you consider or choose the content, the concepts, the various learning resources that you want to use, the type of strategy or teaching method that you want to employ, the way you want to flow, the way you want to go about it. Bear in mind, we have different learning styles. And this is where we make use of the universal design for learning. You make your lessons flexible enough to make way for different learning styles. You make way for learners who cannot see very well. And so by so doing, when you are preparing, you use attractive and bold scripts. Learners who are tactile and kinesthetic, you need to bring relia that they can fiddle with it, but you need to consider the safety of the relia. And then learners who are hard at hearing, you need to speak or use resources that will elicit for their hearing. And so under the instructional design and activities, basically, that is where you actually plan the lesson. You consider you choose the content and concept. You align with the examples and the performance indicators. You pick the teaching style or method that you want to employ, be it demonstration, be it lecture. Then the way you are going to flow, which time to integrate or incorporate the learning resources. All these things falls under. You need to consider just the responsiveness. You arrange everything to take care of individual differences and all that. This all falls under the instructional design and activities. Then when all this is done, intermittently, you ask leading questions. These questions could be assessments for, assessments as, or assessments of, which would be the summative type. But then in the course of all the engagement, you are at liberty to bring on board any of the formative assessment strategies, or in the quest of trying to elicit for learners' progress to see if there's a need to review whatever that you are doing. And so when it comes to designing a learner plan, we have these three stages which we need to consider. And I want to once again walk you through. So the first one, we're talking about the objective and then the goal setting. And here, when you set your objective, we expect that it will be SMART. And you You should align it with the exemplars and the performance indicators. Then when it comes to the instructional design and activities, this is where we select our content and concept. And this is also where we decide on what strategy, what teaching methods we want to employ. And this is where we consider learners with special educational needs. And we have to make use of universal design for learning. And we have to consider the fact that we have different learning styles. And so you need to prepare your lesson, make it more flexible so that you take care of all these kinds of learners in your learning space. Then finally, the assessment and evaluation. As you begin to engage these learners, you try to assess them. You need to review from time to time using leading questions and the various assessment strategies to elicit for their learning progress, so that based on the feedback, you then know what to do in order to bring them onto the same page. Right. Let's move on to the next section. Yes, so after all that we have talked about, I want us to go through this reflection as well. So, Mrs. Mabomodin, a new teacher, is excited to start her first day of teaching. She has spent the past few weeks preparing for her lessons, but she is still feeling a bit nervous. She arrives at the school early to set up her classroom or learning space and gets ready for her students. When her students arrive, Mrs. Mabomodi or Miss Mabomodi is greeted by a group of energetic and eager learners. She begins her lesson, but she quickly realizes that she is not as prepared as she thought she was. She struggles to answer student questions, and her explanations are confusing. The students become restless and disengaged. It means Mabomodi feels frustrated and defeated. She knows that she needs to do a better job of preparing for her lessons. Now, questions. What did Miss Mabomodi do well in preparing or in preparation for her lesson? And what could Miss Mabomodi have done differently to prepare for her lesson? And what are the consequences of not thoroughly preparing for a lesson? And how can teachers ensure that they are well prepared for their lessons? So I want you to go through all these questions and share your response with us for discussions. I'm projecting the scenario or the reflection once again for you, for your perusal. Once you are through, we move on to the questions. Right, Dennis. Jabril. Dennis, it enlightens the learner. It enlightens the learner. That is the first question. What did Miss Mabomodin do well in preparing or in preparation of the lesson, in preparation of her lesson? Miss Miss Mabomodin did well by coming to the school early to arrange things before the lesson. Thank you, Jibril. Yes, any other perspective on the first question? What did Miss Mambo Modin do well in preparing for her lesson? And Jibril is of the view that yes, she did well by coming to school early to prepare for Rita. She did not research much too. I'm sure Rita is responding to the second question. Yes. Joseph, at least, that's the first one. At least she has made the attempt to prepare. And being her first time, such occurrences are likely to happen. This is coming from Joseph. Maxwell, she actually prepared for her lesson, but unfortunately, she underestimated the learners and learners' abilities. Thank you, Maxwell. Thank you, Maxwell. Yes, any response or perspective regarding what are the consequences of not thoroughly preparing for lessons? Robert, she might not, no. Robert, your question is not clear. Yes, Victoria, she did well by going to school early to receive her learners. That's okay. Yes, I want your perspective on what are the consequences of not thoroughly preparing for a lesson. In preparing for the lesson, she was enthusiastic and happy. That is coming from Raymond. Yes, I want your response on what's the consequences. Raymond, yeah, I've read that. Any response regarding how can teachers ensure that they are well prepared for their lessons? William, adequately preparing is key to a successful lesson delivery. Although she prepared the lesson, she should have read through to master the subject matter in order to deliver well. Thank you, William. Yes. Janet, yes, thank you, Janet, for responding to the third question. Not thoroughly preparing for a lesson can have a significant impact on the quality of teaching and learning, leading to decreased student engagement, limited understanding of the subject matter, and mixed learning objectives. Right. Let's also touch on the last one. How can teachers ensure that they are well prepared for their lessons? What can we do to ensure that we are prepared for our lessons? Let's share our thoughts. Faustina, Justine, she did well by preparing and coming to the class early. However, she should have aligned her objectives with the various learning activities, as well as set questions that would engage learners in her delivery. Thank you so much, Justine. Yeah, so I could see that we've touched on all the questions. We touched on the first one, we touched on the second, the third, and then the fourth one. Yeah, so this is to tell us that in our quest to prepare for lessons, we don't have to underrate or underestimate our learners. We need to prepare very well. We need to factor in individual differences. Make sure that we touch on every learner. Learning differently does not make you a failure. And so we need to actually sit down, do mock lessons before we get to the class. So that when we get to the class, we are sure of whatever we are going to do. So that we don't have the experience of Miss Mambo Made. Thank you so much. And that moves us to the next section. Right. We want to look at differentiation and adaptation. And so let me ask, what comes to mind when you hear about differentiation and adaptation? I want this perspective in your own words. Share with us differentiation and adaptation. Differentiation and adaptation. Yes, in your own words, let's see your response regarding differentiation and adaptation. All right, Eric Malco. Differentiation is planning for all your learners need. Thank you so much, Eric. Planning for all your learners need. Thank you so much. Yes, I want one more response and then we'll move on. Differentiation. Mahi. Differentiation could mean teaching learners based on the ability level. That's very perfect. Teaching learners, right. Yes, so by the end of this session, we are hopeful that you'll be able to understand the purpose of differentiation and adaptation strategies in lessons. Then again, you'll be able to appreciate the need to create an inclusive, learner-centered learning space that fosters holistic development of learners. Right. So let me give this scenario. Imagine a learning space. Imagine a learning space where every student, regardless of their abilities or learning styles, feels successful. How can we make that happen? How can we make that happen? Yes, your thoughts on this. How can we make that happen? A learning space where, regardless of their abilities or learning styles, feels successful. Yes. Yes. Any early bird on this scenario? So we move on. How can we make that happen? Right. Yes. So, yes, Bruno, planning to meet the different learning abilities and levels. Thank you so much. And this brings us to the definition for differentiation and adaptation. And so, differentiation and adaptation are instructional strategies employed by teachers in lesson delivery that aim at creating an inclusive and supportive learning environment that caters for the diverse needs of learners, creating JC responsiveness, and supporting learners with special educational needs. Yeah, so when we talk of differentiation and adaptation, basically is that flexible learning environment where we make room for individual differences using universal design for learning, using several or multiple representations to connect concepts and skills to relay for practicals. And so when we talk of differentiation, basically, we're just talking about how we can address each and every learner regardless of their needs to achieve their potentials. And so in doing so, we need to be flexible. We need to be flexible and we need to make use of all the various learning styles in order to help them achieve their potentials. Right. Then for you, uh, what is your perspective on the need for differentiation in teaching? I believe from what we have just discussed, you'll be able to answer these questions. Outline 2 ways teachers can effectively integrate differentiation and adaptation in lesson delivery. And so this is an assignment for you. I want your perspective on the need for differentiation and adaptation in teaching. And then you outline 2 ways teachers can effectively integrate differentiation and adaptation in lesson delivery. And so this is an assignment for you. And I expect that you send them through the comment section for our discussions. Yes. Right. Yakub. All that is expected of us is to try to tailor our teaching and learning process, bearing in mind individual differences, to take care of all learning styles so that every learner will be considered. And by so doing, we are going to leverage on their strengths, we have to leverage on their experiences, their perspectives, so that they will have that sense of belonging and empowerment. Right. Thank you so much, Eric. So that all learners can benefit fully from the teaching and learning process. Thank you so much, Eric. So we'll move on to the next section. So these are the key strategies. Offer professional development on differentiation and adaptation strategies to teachers. Teachers will have to collaborate with colleagues. Teachers will have to collaborate with colleagues on how to use differentiation, adaptation strategies through professional learning communities, and then give feed forward on differentiation and adaptation practices through peer review, etc. Yeah, so what we are saying here is that during the community of practice PLC sections, we need to bring on board some of these best practices, what to do when you are preparing for your class or lessons. Gifty is of the view that using all the pedagogical approaches will help us to meet the needs of all learners. Thank you, Gifty. Raymond, learners have different and diverse learning needs. That's correct. That's correct. And that is the essence of the differentiation. So that learners will be treated not by class, by their abilities. Thank you so much. Then let's move on to, so these are the strategies. So identify learners' learning needs, group them based on their ability level, and assign tasks accordingly. Yes. Instructional activities must be learner-centered. Use manipulatives and resources that engage learners and sustain their interest. Yeah, so these are some of the strategies that we can employ in our learning processes to help all learners. Right. Then we now move on to our last session, and that is assessment strategies. Assessment strategies. We are hopeful once again that by the time that we are done with this session, you will be able to demonstrate understanding of the importance of using different assessment strategies in teaching. Right. So the big questions, what are assessment strategies? What are assessment strategies? And why do we need to do assessment at all? Assessment strategies. What are assessment strategies? Yes, any early bird assessment strategies. Yes, Patrick, good delivery, keep going, sir. I'm asking of the assessment strategies to ensure equity to all. Thank you, Swift Gideon. Mm, yes, any response? You have two questions. What are assessment strategies and why do we need to do assessment at all? So Joseph, by considering individual learners' ability to grasp concepts and prepare to meet their weaknesses and strengths. I'm sure you are responding to the earlier question. Yes. Right. So Thomas, assessment strategies are methods teachers use to evaluate their student progress and plan the content in their courses. Teachers perform assessment regularly to determine the next steps in their lessons. Thank you so much, Thomas. Right. So assessment strategies are essential tools used to evaluate learners' progress, understanding, and mastery of learning outcomes. Thank you so much, Abdul Karim. Tools to test learning outcome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Right. Then let's look at assessment strategies. And so, why the second question? Why do we do assessments? Why do we do assessments? So we do assessments so as to measure learners' learning. So as to measure learners' learning. Then again, we do assessments so we can evaluate the teaching, evaluate teaching effectiveness. Evaluate teaching effectiveness. Then it also informs instructional planning and then demonstrates accountability. You realize that when we're talking about the strategies in planning a lesson, we talked about incorporating learning resources, devising the method that you want to employ, and the various strategies that you employ in the course of your presentations. And so all these are to try to evaluate whether or not if our learners are on course or even if the method that we are using is actually working. And so it's a way to measure both the learner and the teacher. And so we have measure learners' learning, evaluate teaching effectiveness, inform instructional planning, and then demonstrate accountability. Sadiq, various ways of evaluating learners in the process of learning. Thank you so much. Whatever he has sent is in line with what we've projected here. And so, keep sending your responses. Zachariah, method teachers use to evaluate progress and plan their content. That is very true. And that is informed instructional planning. So the feedback becomes feed forward to inform instructional planning. Raymond, assessment strategies are the modalities used to assess learners' progress in lesson delivery. Thank you so much. You are all doing so well. You've made the session interactive. Thank you so very much. Right. So these are the key areas that we touched on. We talked about the formative assessments, and under the formative assessment, we have the assessment as we have the assessment for, but then the assessment of is the summative, and then the for and as constitutes the formative. And some of these questions could be the quizzes, the leading questions that we engaged, we ask when we are doing our interactions, they all constitute the formative, all in the quest of trying to find out if learners are actually following and if there will be a need for us to improve the strategies or whatever that we are doing. They also touch on the differentiated learning, where we are saying that learning differently doesn't make you a failure, and that we need to factor in learners with special educational needs, consider their background, their strengths, their experience, their perspectives, so that at least that will raise the sense of belonging and then empower them to become confident in themselves. Right. Yes, so all too soon, our section is over. And so I hope the session has been interactive and you've been educated enough. And so you have to prepare for the next section, which is section 6. And my colleague, Togo, will be your presenter. Thank you so much. Bye.
Hello, everyone. You are welcome. Hello, everyone. Our presence for this engagement is a manifestation of our resolve to engage or play our part in national development. And we are doing so through school education or teaching and learning. Yesterday, you went through various elements in connection with district teacher support team. Today, we are privileged to also engage ourselves in this enterprise. We can celebrate ourselves for having time to do this. And for that much, we can remain engaged by commenting in our comment section. The essence or importance of that is that we want to connect and share ideas, deepen our understanding, and reinforce concepts that we have already conserved in teaching and learning, various aspects of teaching and learning. My name is Togo Koshi Agbamabiase. And for this section, I will lead us through monitoring and evaluation. We have all heard of this and practiced this, either being the monitors or being subjects of monitoring. And to start with, I want to pose this question. What is monitoring and evaluation? I want you to give us some points that you know on monitoring and evaluation. And we'll be happy to share your views so that we can all cement this concept of monitoring and evaluation. We'll be privileged to have your comments read so that we can all share in your experience in monitoring and evaluation. Can I have the first blow? Waiting for the first comment on monitoring and evaluation. How do you relate to this concept? All right, we also wait for comments from all of us. Some of us. We want to continue our discussion on the topic. Monitoring and evaluation, simply put, refers to systematic and ongoing assessment of activities or programs in order to identify how it's faring and also to look at its impact. this is not an operational definition for it. Yes, we have Celestine who says it's a process that involves collecting and analyzing data to measure progress towards achieving specific goals and objectives. That's excellent. With that, yes, Eric Asamoah also says monitoring is a routine process of data collection and a measurement of progress towards program objects. That's great. Having said that, yes, Musa says monitoring and evaluation is a process of collecting data and analyzing data to measure progress towards achieving specific goal and objective. That's great. Now, we have Jabrila, strategies employed by teachers to ensure that what she deploys to impact to the learners is achieved in both long and short term. Well, that's great. Now, what's the connection between these two concepts? We will look at monitoring and evaluation for this section through these sub-areas. Monitoring and evaluation in teaching and learning, data collection and progress tracking, feedback and reflection, and adjusting the support plan. These are the areas through which we will be discussing monitoring and evaluation. In other words, this is the lens of our discussion today. Now, we want to agree on these, that by the end of our discussion or engagement for this section, we should be able to understand monitoring and evaluation principles, skills, and improve teaching and learning through evidence-based decision-making. 2, develop the ability to effectively collect and analyze data and track progress in the monitoring evaluation process. 3, provide timely and constructive feedback to teachers, and by so doing foster a collaborative environment for reflection and growth. And the last area will be analyze M&E findings, customize support strategies, set improvement goals, monitor implementation, and adapt the plan based on new data and assessment results. So yes, our discussion is expected to be very engaging and insightful. Remember that sharing your experience enriches the discuss and promotes continual improvement. We will start by looking at these two, monitoring and evaluation, the concepts, these two concepts. We want to use the various aspects of each to help us bring out our own operational understanding or definition of monitoring and evaluation. Monitoring clarifies activities or program objectives. It links activities and their resource objectives. Translate objectives into performance indicators and set targets. And like one of our participants said, routine collection of data and indicators, comparing actual results with targets. And again, reports progress to relevant stakeholders, including our strengths, our challenges, good practices, things that are not going well in the implementation process. Evaluation, on the other hand, it's more of a value judgment. Of course, when you set out resources to achieve something, we want to know whether the right impact that we desire are being achieved. So evaluation analyzes why intended results are going well or otherwise. It assesses specific causal contribution of activities to results. It also examines unintended results. Now, let me explain that part a bit. Unintended results can be unobserved variables or factors, or even observed variables or factors which may not have been factored into the plan. So, for example, we want to improve teaching outcomes in in mathematics, or in the various subjects we teach. It is possible that the concentration on just getting good grades or high scores may lead to gamification of education, where most people may concentrate on how to answer questions to pass the exams without us really going through the needed activities to help learners to conserve the various concepts that we intend to help them. There could be these unintended results could either be positive or negative. But the import is that we should be honest enough to accept these related resources and how they play out in whatever activity or program we set out for ourselves. Now, it helps us to explore unintended results and also provide lessons, highlight significant accomplishment, program potential, and offers recommendations for improvement. With these elements of monitoring and evaluation looked at now, would you want to give some all-encompassing operational understanding of monitoring and evaluation? I know we are longing to share our view on the subject. I urge you to go through that in the comments section. And I'll be privileged to read your comments so we can all share in your experience and your knowledge. We move on to critical aspects of monitoring and evaluation that should engage our thoughts. Monitoring and evaluation shouldn't be looked at as a mere visit to our schools, to our classrooms, or to look at the environment. Monitoring and evaluation should be well thought out agenda, because it helps us to continually improve teaching and learning. And indeed, monitoring and evaluation is the backbone of a well-functioning district teacher support team. It is the backbone of every educational engagement. And so we want to look at the objectives of the monitoring and evaluation. What do we seek to do with these objectives? One, the objectives helps us in assessing teacher performance. Assessing teacher performance includes looking at the skills or competences of teachers, looking at their strength and where they have challenges or where they need improvement. It also helps us to look at resources that are made available for teachers or facilitators and how these affect our learning. Christine, please could you go over the unintended results? Yes. You may set out, yes, to implement a strategy to improve, say, proficiency in mathematics. Or in general, say BEC scores or results are low achievement, and so you want to improve that. You may have a SPAM meeting, and then the district, the school, or the circuit resolve that there are procedures or the strategies that will help improve scores in these subjects. In doing so, there could be suggestions of using past questions to help students to answer, to be able to answer questions well. Be as it may, that these suggestions may be in good faith. Teachers who probably have been at the receiving end of comments of ineffectiveness because in their subjects students didn't do well may resolve to only teaching questions and answers. And in teaching only how to answer questions and answers, if we put only all our effort into that, we may miss out on other aspect of teaching the subject. It is also possible that we may miss out on other aspects of the child's total development which school education is supposed to offer. And so all the concentration might be on just teaching, trying to answer questions, and maybe we may lose sight of other things. When we do that, our engagement in teaching becomes lopsided and may not inure to the total development of our student. Teachers may only be concentrating on answer questions this way, answer that way, and that may not be helpful. Yes, answering of questions are part of our work, but then it is not only that. The students or learners should conserve the concept very well and to apply them. They should internalize the concept. That is what we mean. And so if we have these resulting in students just trying to answer questions but not being able to internalize and transfer knowledge from concept that they have studied, then our good mind of trying to help improve scores might have brought a negative as well. We could also have other positive results that come as a result of these unintended results. I hope this explanation helps. Now, we said that in the aspect, having looked at assessing teachers' performance in terms of skill, resources available to them and how they use them. Another objective is tracking learners' progress. You know, assessment scores and other indicators in the school could help us to know trends in learning outcomes and also help in informed decision making. Data speaks and data must speak. Optimizing resource allocation is another area that we must look at. We cannot commit resources to improving teaching and learning when we do not look at optimizing this allocation. We should have value for money. Our resource should be channeled well, should be channeled strategically to solve problems. For example, we cannot say that we want to organize in-service training or workshop on some aspect of learning, for example, lesson preparation, without looking at whether that is a need area. We cannot throw funds there to just organize workshop for organizing sake. There should be a need for that. And when resources are put there, we should have resources for that. This applies to all other teaching learning resources that are advanced to teachers or schools to enable effective teaching and learning go on. Now, ensuring quality assurance is another aspect that should engage our thoughts in objective. How well is our engagement consistent with standards, national standards, regional and district standards? What are the good practices that we can share or we are striving to achieve? Quality assurance is a very important aspect of monitoring and evaluation. Another objective is that we should hold people are accountable for their actions, and inactions. As teachers, we are charged to deliver in a classroom, or we are charged to develop the children develop. We are charged to engage in effective teaching and learning. To what extent are we doing that? Are we responsible? Accountability or process, accounting for our stewardship, is an area that need to be looked at. So these account for the various objectives that we need to look at, the monitoring and evaluation. Now, having looked at these, there is always the need, the desire to establish an effective monitoring and evaluation system. But in our quest to establish a robust M&E system in our various schools, in our circuits, in our districts, on what principles should it be laid on? What should be the foundation principles for establishing a very robust monitoring and evaluation system? Now, these include one, we having clear objectives. Clear objectives helps us in the sense that they said that if you don't know where you are going, everywhere goes. And we don't want to be like that. We don't want to go everywhere because we don't know where we are going. So clear objectives are very important. The next thing is stakeholder engagement. We are operating in a learning community, in a school community, district school communities. There are various players in a community or in this engagement of learning and teaching. To what extent do we engage these people? Parents, community members, teachers, educational administrators, there's some corporate organizations, NGOs, there are several players that need to be engaged when we're looking at establishing a very effective, robust, and sustainable M&E system. Data collection is an area that needs to be looked at. What data do we need to collect to facilitate our M&E activities? Data could be qualitative, quantitative. We could collect these data through observation, survey, checklist. There are several ways of doing that. There's a need to explore all the avenues of collecting data, enable to make our data rich and also accurate. Regular feedback. Now, we cannot do a monitoring and evaluation and then put the reports in our shelves. As members of the district teacher support team, we want to appreciate that there's a need for regular feedback to teachers. In any case, our engagement is to improve teaching and learning. If you tell me to read and you don't tell me later whether I really did a good job or not, how do I know how I performed? How do I know where I need to improve? And how do I know where I have a mastery? Regular feedback helps in good bonding between us and other members, other teachers, members in the industry, or in our schools, in our district. It brings some collaborative spirit, and it opens the frontier of communication where our teachers and all other people, we can talk about issues that improve our practice or perfect our practice freely. Professional development is another area that we need to look at, and it starts with us. Professional development, when that is mentioned, most are very quick to mention, oh, workshop, training workshop, in-service training. Yes, these are all forms of professional development. But have you also considered that you could use the internet yourself to read about things that perfect your act of teaching? Could you use videos on YouTube? Could you log into other platforms that helps with pedagogical skills? This is very important. And so professional development starts with us. We shouldn't wait for seminars or workshops to be organized. So these are principles that we will have to imbibe into ourselves and also translate to teachers. Data analysis is the next area of importance. We need a robust data analysis system. Of course, we do not want to have a knee-jerk reaction. We do not want to speculate. We don't want to draw conclusions that are not valid and related to issues in our schools and in our districts. And therefore, we need to analyze data, both quantitative and qualitative. And usually, we say we do a lot of validation of this data by triangulating to help us get good data for our work. In doing this, certainly, we will be championing a continuous development in our act of teaching and education. Now, let's look at the M&E cycle. The M&E cycle is iterative. It starts with planning, and planning includes, now as we go on, in each of these stages, you could tell us what is involved there, and you could type your comments in the comment section, and I'll be privileged to read them so that we can all share your experience. The planning stage involves we setting out objectives, and then the preliminary arrangement, including tapping into the experience of other experienced and knowledgeable ones, and deciding on how we are going to collect our data and the forms. Having gone down with all the planning, then we can move to our data collection. What data do we want to collect, and how are we collecting them? What methods are we going to use in collecting our data, and how efficient are these methods? These are things that we will have to engage in our discussion as we pursue monitoring and evaluation. The analysis, we have talked about bits of that earlier, where we indicated that a robust analysis related to the problem, analysis that helps us have a good understanding about the problem and generate solutions is important. And so we have to tap on expertise of all other persons in a district, in a school or circuit to help us in that. Indeed, every district, every circuit are bound to a lot of expertise in that. There is a need for us to tap into them. Feedback, we have talked about that. There's a need to give feedback that helps continual progress and improvement. Now, as we identify areas that are problematic, and we should be honest about where things go wrong and how to adjust them. We shouldn't gloss over errors or things that are not going well. There are a lot of variables that affect implementation process. And if we identify that our implementation is suspect, we should be honest enough to accept that and then make the necessary changes. After doing that, we need to monitor progress, and that helps us to know the impact of our activities, whether we are achieving what we are achieving, what can we do well, and how can that feed into the next process. The cycle ensures continuous improvement in teaching and learning, and we must factor all these into our act of monitoring and evaluation in the school, the district, and circuit. So these were things that I believe you all had from this section. That's key ideas, clear objectives, stakeholder involvement, data collection, feedback, professional development, analysis, and continuous improvement are key to effective M&E. The M&E process assesses teacher performance, track learner progress, and optimize resource allocation. It helps. A good M&E framework has principles of quality assurance and also responsibility or accountability, accounting for stewardship. Again, we are saying that evidence-based decision-making is one of the areas critical to M&E, because that helps us not to speculate, but to look at things the way they are. A reflection. At the Shire Basic School, a public school in Ghana, has been struggling with low student achievement for several years. The district teacher support team decided to implement a monitoring and evaluation system to track teacher performance and student learning outcomes. Now, this is a scenario to engage your thoughts on what monitoring and evaluation principles you want to apply. Questions that guide these reflections include: what are the key objectives of M&E for Adishia Basic School? What are some specific examples of how M&E can be used to improve teaching and learning at the school? What are some of the challenges that the DTST may face implementing an effective M&E system? How can the DTST ensure that M&E is used in a collaborative and constructive manner? Now you can post your comments and we will be happy to read them. But the essence of the reflection is that you should engage your thoughts and reflectively think about this situation and relate it to other situations in your school, in your district, and then your circuit, to see how we can use an M&E framework to help solve these questions. I'll be privileged to read some of your comments on that. I'm taking the reflection scenario again. Adishia Basic School is a public school in Ghana. In that public school, they have been struggling with low student achievement for several years. You're a member of the DTST and you are going, or you have plans to implement an M&E to help improve learning outcomes. What are you going to do? And these questions are to guide that. Whilst you go through that, we want to look at data collection and tracking progress. Our learning outcome for that is that we need to be able to develop the ability to effectively collect and analyze data and also track progress in teaching and learning. How do we do this? Data collecting, how do we do that? The first step in data collection here is that we want to define our key metrics. Clarify and specify the data we really need. We don't go to the field and collect every data. If you want to improve learning outcomes in mathematics, you don't go collecting all assessment scores in all subjects. Would they be relevant to your course? We need to be sure what we want to achieve and go in for that. Teachers have issues or challenges in preparing lesson plans. Do we go collecting data on that? Or we just go to the school and then ask for everything? Attendance, student enrollment, everything in all. Yes, all these data sets are important, but are they relevant to our course at that material moment? We need to be careful about that. We also want to appreciate that there are various forms of this data we can collect, and we can do so through observation and other materials like reports, student scores, assessment scores, and others. Establishing the data source is also important. Yes, Jacob says data collection on teacher attendance, work output, and class monitoring. That's fantastic. Now, establishing the data source include we identifying where we can collect reliable and unbiased data. Data accuracy is important. And when we collect data that we cannot vouch for its integrity, we know that is going to feed into our results. The objective of M&E is to provide quality education that meets the needs of all learners. That is Bauer. That's great. Thank you, Bauer. Data collection, yeah. By visiting the schools to assess, monitor, and analyze teachers' work plan and that of pupils. That's great. Idrisu. Collecting data or data collection methods. We need to always look at the appropriate method to use in collecting this data. Like we said, if it's neat, that you want to look at how teachers, for example, introduce their lessons, how they introduce their lessons, for example, or how they evaluate their lessons, for example. That could be done through observation. If you want to look at how lesson plans, you have to take their lesson plans. And so there are various ways of collecting data, and we have to look at which suits the problem. Yes, Joseph says that the district DTST should not be a fault finder, but should ensure that teachers see him as part of the solution finders. That's great. Yeah, take data, simply sampling it and interpret it. That's fine. Yeah. Then Michael says there should be a data collection by engaging stakeholders such as parents and community members. That's right. Now, data quality assurance. In trying to assure data quality, we want to train those who we engage in collecting data. We also want to double check for errors in the data we collect. Now, in doing some of these will help us to be sure of the type of data we collect and how they relate to the gap that we need to fill. Now, tracking progress. These three areas are very, very, very important in tracking progress. One, data analysis, benchmarking, and identify success stories. Yes. We have earlier talked about how important data analysis is. It helps us to look at trends, look at teacher performance, people performance, looking at other variables in a school environment. That helps teaching and learning. It helps us in comparing. For example, comparing current data with past data can help us understand a phenomenon in the school. If you are looking at maths performance, performance in English, performance in other areas, it is data that we collect can help us to do that. Now, having done that, there's a need for us to celebrate ourselves. Don't you think so? After going through all this, if there are success stories, why don't you share them? Why don't you celebrate our successes? Why don't you pat ourselves on the shoulder if we have done well? The same way, if there's a challenge, we look at them. It's important for us to look at these areas. Now, key things that we have looked at in this section, that effective data collection is essential for successful M&E. Defining key metrics and establishing reliable data sources are crucial steps in collecting accurate data. Utilizing appropriate methods for data collection, like rubrics, standardized assessments, ensures more reliable insights into teaching practice and the learner performance, also teachers as well. And progress tracking involves reanalyzing data, benchmarking, and also we should be able to tell our success stories. Now, this reflection should help us reinforce the concepts that we have studied. Achia Nenso Emuye Basic School is a large school with a diverse student population. The school has been struggling to improve student outcomes for the past several years. The district teacher support team has been working with the school to develop a new M&E system to track progress and identify areas for improvement. Now, this, again, is to engage your thoughts, and engaging your thoughts, we use these questions. 1, what are some of the metrics that the school should use to track student progress? What are some of the data sources that the school can use to collect this data? What are some of the data collection methods that school can use to collect the data? What are some of the quality measures that school should implement to ensure data accuracy? We will move on, and I hope that these will engage your thoughts and you can post your questions. Now, feedback and reflection. We want to reinforce this. In our learning outcome include or as outline ways of providing timely and constructive feedback to teachers that fosters collaborative environment and encourages reflection and growth. Feedback, we have indicated that it's critical, that it helps us to see how well we are performing, what our strengths are, what our limitations are. It allows constructive dialogue and growth. And timely feedback can help avert the wastage of resources, and it helps with correction. Constructive feedback should be specific, should be actionable, and should be non-judgmental. Take note. It should be non-judgmental. It should be devoid of criticism. It should be done in a more collaborative way and a more friendly manner. Collaborative reflection ensures that teachers are encouraged to reflect on their practice in private or as a group. Key point here is that crucial feedback in M&E is important. It's vital for monitoring the evaluation process and facilitate constructive dialogue and overall growth. Timely, constructive feedback emphasizes prompt data-driven feedback to celebrate success. Collaborative reflection also encourages teacher engagement in reflective, collaborative practice. Again, promoting improvement. Feedback, we know, improves improvement as it helps us know where we stand and how we are doing. Now, this is another reflective practice, reflective statement that should help engage your thought again on this concept of monitoring evaluation. A district teacher supports team trainee. As a district teacher supports trainee, you have also gathered feedback from students and parents. Now it's time to provide feedback to the teacher. How can you ensure that your feedback is timely and specific? How can you provide constructive feedback that focuses on improvement rather than criticism? How can you encourage the teacher to reflect on their practices and share their perspectives and insights? How can you create a collaborative and supportive environment for feedback session? The essence of this reflection is to help you to internalize the concept. And so don't worry if you cannot answer now, but the essence is that you take note of the questions and should engage your thoughts and see how you internalize these. Now, how do we adjust our plan? Is the last area we want to look at. And this is to help the process, that we don't wait until things go wrong before. And how do we do that? We hope that you're able to analyze M&E findings, customize support and strategies, set improvement goals, monitor implementation, and adapt plans based on new data and assessment results. Yes, for SINA, check teachers' punctuality, lesson delivery should be monitored, lesson plans, that's fantastic. And in doing so, yes, our data collection methods includes, oh, that's beautiful, includes survey, quizzes, questionnaires, interviews, observation, focus group discussion, whatever. That's great. Review discussion findings. Yeah, Joseph Nyap, quality of test items and test scores. That's great. Now, in adjusting our plans, we want to also know that in reviewing our discussion findings, a lot of things may come out. Areas of improvement, areas of strength may come out. And whilst considering this in our adjustment plans, we have to customize the support, tailor the strategies to address identified gaps, and see how we can improve through training, coaching, and resource allocation. Set clear goals, establish improvement goals, and create an action plan with specific steps. These are supposed to be well thought out things. Monitor implementation is key, and adapt and iterate. As we monitor implementation, it helps continuous learning. M&E is a continuous learning engagement. And as we learn, it helps us to adapt to new things, iterate, and in all, improve teacher learning. The key things that we have noted in this is that key findings should be discussed, support should be customized, setting clear goals, monitor implementation, and adapt or iterate our process. A reflection for this to help us internalize this concept again. So, as a member of the DTST, you have been working with a group of teachers in a local school to improve their instructional practice. After conducting a monitoring evaluation process, you have gathered data that suggests that there is a need for additional support in the area of differentiated instruction. This is what you have found out. How do we go about it? What specific findings from the M&E process indicate the need for additional support in differentiated instruction? What are some possible reasons why teachers may be struggling with differentiated instruction? What types of tailored support strategies could be implemented to address the identified needs? How can you set clear goals for improvement and create an action plan with specific steps and timelines? Again, this is to engage our thoughts and help us internalize our M&E framework. We hope these reflections will be looked at in your private time and you try to relate them to what happens in your schools and your district. As members of the DTST, we want you to acquire or reinforce these concepts that you already know, fine-tune ones that you need to fine-tune in the understanding of the M&E framework and how they play out in teaching and learning. We hope that this will help you to continually improve your practice and perfect the act. On this note, I want to thank you for your time and hope that you continually look at M&E as a backbone of our quest to improve teaching and learning. The next section is troubleshooting and problem solving. And I hope that you will make time to engage actively, because this also helps, is linked to various sections that you have learned, and it's going to help you to cement your ideas and become more useful and be able to contribute constructively in promoting teaching and learning. Thank you for your time.
Hello, I'm glad to be here with you today for the 7th section. I believe your 5th and 6th sections has been very fruitful and interactive. Now in the 7th section, we would want to discuss problem solving and troubleshooting. Now these two terms may seem similar, but they are distinct concepts. So whilst problem solving is a systematic approach to identifying, analyzing, and resolving problems or issues, troubleshooting, on the other hand, is a reactive approach to addressing issues that have already occurred. It is important to note, however, that these distinctions are not clear-cut. And in some situations, you might even have to adapt both problem solving and troubleshooting in solving a problem. So in general, we can say that problem solving is a proactive approach used to prevent problems from occurring, whilst troubleshooting, on the other hand, is a reactive approach used to address issues that have already occurred. So the goal here is, as members of District Teacher Support Team, you should have the ability and the skill to be able to preempt what challenges or problems you might encounter in the course of executing your duties so that you can respond to them effectively. Likewise, you should also have the skill and ability to immediately address issues that occur unexpectedly. So in this section, we would want to focus on identifying challenges that hinder the smooth implementation of DTST activities and suggest suitable solutions. So in this section, we will be considering the following sessions. So in session 1, we would look at identifying challenges, and in 2, we would consider solutions we can provide in addressing those challenges identified. Session 3 will enable us to discuss collaborative problem-solving strategies. And in the final and 4th session of this section, we would consider where and how to seek additional support. We are hopeful that by the end of this particular section, you, our dear participants and innovators, will be able to identify challenges that DTSTs encounter in discharge of their duties. You would also be able to outline strategies to address these challenges. It is also important that you are able to mention ways you can build a collaborative team in order to address these challenges, and also to state sources to seek additional support in addressing complex challenges. So now let's take our sessions one after the other. In the first session, where we seek to identify challenges we are likely to encounter whilst discharging our duties, we are hopeful that you, as members of DTST, will be able to do this effectively through problem solving and troubleshooting. So in the next few minutes, I would want you to suggest to me in the chat box some challenges you think are likely to occur unexpectedly during the discharge of your duties, and those ones that you can preempt that they may occur. I'm looking forward to reading those wonderful comments of yours. Who is going to be my early bird today? Okay, so Thomas happens to be my early bird. Thomas is saying that a likely challenge will be a teacher may think the DTST are in to find fault. And I can agree with you, Thomas, because by so doing, they are certainly going to resist whatever actions you might want to put in place. Thank you for your input, Thomas. And I take this one from Abdul Rahman. And in very simple terms, he has stated that one challenge they are likely to encounter as members of DTST is funding. And I agree with you as well. Thank you for your input, Rahman. Umar Farouk Mohammed. And this is very true. I bet we can all agree with Umar that we are going to be encountered with a lack of cooperation from some difficult teachers. Okay, can I have a lady? Then we proceed. Victoria. Victoria also says, we are likely to encounter resistance from some teachers. Thank you all for your wonderful inputs, and I agree and side with all you have said. Now, besides all you have mentioned, you realize that most of the things you are mentioning can align with what we have here. As members of DTST, it is important that you are able to preempt the kind of challenges you would encounter in executing your duties. And once you have that ability, it will subsequently inform how you would respond to those challenges with a positive attitude. You have already shared with us that we are likely to experience resistance from our colleague teachers, from the community where we find our schools, and even from some parents. We are also going to encounter the issues of insufficient resources. And once there is no effective communication and collaboration amongst members of the team, there's a likelihood that is going to lead to lack of clarity and a shared vision. Then, of course, resource limitation is going to be one of the challenges we might encounter in the course of executing our duties. So now the question is, yes, these challenges might arise, but should there be a reason why we are not able to execute our duties? Or how do we go about it, or what do we do in ensuring that these challenges, which are inevitable, does not hinder our progress in any way. So in the next session, we would want to look at some solutions that we can use in addressing these challenges we are likely to encounter. So I come back to you again, my dear innovators, that using the chat box, you outline strategies to address the challenges we have mentioned. Kindly note that the challenges we mentioned doesn't go to suggest that those are going to be the only challenges we would encounter. So whilst you are suggesting strategies, you could also think of strategies that would address even the challenges we did not mention in the course of this presentation. For the sake of clarity, I'm requesting that you share with us some strategies we can use in addressing the challenges we mentioned in the previous session. Okay, so Maxwell would want to add on to the challenges we mentioned. And he says misconception of teachers on the activities of DTSTs as fault finders and also financial constraints. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Maxwell. So I'm looking forward to your strategy in addressing that particular challenge. Okay, so our early bird is Stella, and she says to volunteer in some situations would save the situations or the challenges we would encounter. Thank you very much, Stella, for your input. Any other? Stella again has added self-motivation, and this is very key because once you are confronted with some of these challenges, the likelihood of it dampening your spirit is very high. So you need to constantly motivate yourself and focus on the goal. And in that, we believe there is no challenge or problem you cannot overcome. So thank you for that insight, Stella. Adam Mumuni says, one solution is to clearly outline your objectives and communicate in clear and precise language to teachers and other stakeholders. This is very true, because once you do that, it means you are promoting effective communication and collaboration. And once we can effectively communicate, then there will be clarity in pursuing our task as members of a team. Jibril Halsatu has stated the trio: that's teamwork, patience, and motivation. Thank you all for your wonderful insights thus far. So let's look at what we have here as well. Most of you have already mentioned that providing clear communication and outlining the expectations of the team is clear in addressing some of the challenges we are likely to encounter. Then, of course, it is important to foster a culture of trust. Okay, so before we look at the solutions we have suggested in addressing our challenges. Let's address this question from Cletus. And Cletus wants to know the distinction between insufficient resources and resource limitation. He's asking what is the distinction between insufficient resources and resource limitations. Can I have somebody attempt that before we share our own opinion with you? Can I have anybody save the day? What do you think is the difference or the distinction between insufficient resources and resource limitations? Okay, so in an attempt to address your question, Cletus, insufficient resources in very practical terms will go to suggest that you know the exact resources you would need in executing a particular task, but you will not have enough of it. So that then becomes insufficient resource. You know what you need, but you don't have enough of what you need to execute your task. Whilst resource limitation is you wanting to address a task or a problem, but the resource you have available is not enough to address the said task. Not in quantity, but in its effectiveness and efficiency. I might give a typical scenario to be this. As members of DTST, you have planned to carry out a workshop for teachers in your district. You would need some sticker pads to be able to solicit their views. You get to the venue, you realize you have a participants of over 100, but you have just 1 or 2 sticker pads. So in this scenario, you have insufficient resources. And on the other hand, during same workshop, you need to address that large audience. And you would want to project the ideas on a slide for them. But unfortunately, you went with just your laptop. You realize that some of the participants are not going to be able to see clearly what you display to them. So yes, you came with a resource, but it is limited because it will not be able to reach out to everybody in that hall. So I hope I have answered your question to the distinction between insufficient resource and resource limitation. Okay, so Elijah would want to add on to that. And Elijah says insufficient resource means the resources are not adequate, but limited resource means scarcity of the resource. Thank you very much, Elijah. So we proceed to look at some suggested solutions in addressing the challenges you are likely to encounter. Already we have mentioned that it is important to provide clear communication and expectations at the end of any endeavor. We should also endeavor to foster a culture of trust. Remember, you are not the only member of a team. And if you'll be able to be effective, it is important that you trust the strength and ability of every member of that team. You cannot be a jack of all trades. And you should avoid situations where you are tempted to think that without you, things cannot happen. So once you trust that every member of the team is as capable and qualified as you, you would build a good sense of unity and there's no task you will not be able to accomplish as a team. It is important that whilst you want to be listened to, you also pay a listening ear and respect the views of each and every member of your team. I would not want to overemphasize the importance of this particular solution. And again, encourage open communication and avoid secrets among team members. There's always a likelihood to form teams within teams, and you can trust that it is not going to help the team to function effectively. So as much as possible, you need to encourage open communication amongst members of the team. No individual is perfect. We all have weaknesses and we have strengths as well. So as team members, we are supposed to complement each other in executing our duties. So you should be ready and willing to offer support to another team member when required, and you should also welcome whatever support another team member is willing to offer to you without feeling insufficient or relegated. It is important that in order to ensure collaboration, you need to allow. So somebody might just be learning strategy from you. And do read the comments of others as well, because from another person. So on that note, let's move on to the next session. And in here, we would want to identify collaborative problem-solving strategies that we can use in addressing these challenges. Remember that some of these challenges might require the input of just two or more persons and not just one person. So we want to discuss some collaborative strategies we can employ. And we have suggested the following. Whilst we discuss these, we are hopeful that you share yours with us as well in the chat box. So we are proposing that in order to establish a collaborative team for solving problems, you need to establish regular meetings. It is also necessary that the decisions you take should involve each and every member of the team. It shouldn't be in isolation, or one shouldn't be seen to be imposing decisions on the others. Creating open communication channels is very important if you want to form a collaborative team. In the 8th session, you will delve much into strategies in building a collaborative team. But before that, it is also important that you create a cross-sectional team. What this means is that always endeavor to form a team of experts depending on what task or goal you seek to achieve. You should not also create a situation where some tasks must be accomplished or carried out by some particular individuals. Try to rotate tasks and give everybody an opportunity in carrying out the duties of the team. Feedback in any endeavor is very important. Hence, in your teams, after having carried out any task, it is important that you sit back to reflect, and having done that, you provide feedbacks which will be used for effective feed forwards. Having discussed this, let's reflect on the following scenario. You are the curriculum lead of your school, and you are having issues with organizing insert programs because of inadequate cooperation from your colleagues. Your head teacher has tasked you to institute measures that would help you solicit the cooperation of your colleagues to collaboratively address these issues for a smooth implementation of in-service education and training activities. So in the next few minutes, write down things you would do in addressing this particular challenge in this scenario. Swift Gideon Latin. Okay, so Gideon says establish a system for ongoing support, mentoring, and follow-up sessions. Provide resources and opportunities for educators to apply new skills in their classrooms and create a community of practice where they can share experiences and seek guidance. Thank you very much, Gideon, for your input. And I believe our teachers have taken note of that. Mohammed Aminu says it is important to establish clear goals and objectives for the team. And I agree with you perfectly, Mohammed. Thank you. Isaac Kwejokuma. Okay, so before I take that of Gideon, let's take that of Isaac. And Isaac says, call for a meeting to educate the teachers on the need to organize insects. I agree with you, Isaac. Thank you. So can we take that of Gideon? Okay, so before Gideon, Justine says, I would draw a timetable, provide resources, and assign each individual to a task. Thank you for your proactiveness. We have taken note of all of you that are sharing your opinions, and we appreciate it. So Gideon says, I'll foster collaborative learning community within the school. He says he would also encourage peer-to-peer learning, collaborative lesson planning, and knowledge sharing platforms. He would also establish a culture that values and supports continuous professional development through collaboration. We appreciate your input. Can we have a last person? Then we look at our last session. All right, so Osman says he would educate the teachers on the need to have in-service education and training. Thank you so much. So we move to our fourth session. And in here, we would want to look at some sources we can resort to in seeking additional support. So I'll come back to you again, my wonderful innovators, that you state some sources where we can seek additional support as members of the DTST in addressing complex challenges in our in-service education and training implementation. Suggest to us some sources we can resort to in seeking additional support in addressing complex challenges in our insert implementations. Okay, Thomas says the internet. And I bet we can all agree with her, because right now we are even making use of the internet for this virtual training. So besides the internet, she has mentioned social networks as well. We appreciate that input, Thelma. Henrietta also says we can resort to parents as well as resource persons for additional support when organizing insert programs. Thank you. Ivan says establish good mutual understanding and respect each other's views. He has also mentioned sharing of views. Eric Asamoah says we can seek support from our SMS and PTA. Umar Farouk is here with us again, and he says we should seek experts for discussions on some topics. That is very true. Ibrahim has kept it simple, and he says we should seek support from our PTA. Gideon says he will implement a robust feedback mechanism to gather input from educators about the insert programs. He would use surveys, evaluations, and focus group discussions to collect data on the perceived impact and areas for improvement. He would also regularly assess the effectiveness of insert initiatives and adjust them based on feedback. Thank you so much for that input. Isaac Kuma is with us again, and he says, reading wide for more information, and secondly, to contact fellow DTSTs. And that's very commendable. Raymond will also make use of a resource person. Stakeholders meeting. Thank you so much for your input, Karim. That is key. Because once you organize such meetings, you all have a clear vision, and you all work towards achieving that vision. Mauli Okai, if I got your name right, forgive me if I don't pronounce these names well. Mauli says he will seek support from parents as well as NGOs. Thank you so much. Faustina also says she would consult experts and she would carry out a research. Thank you so much. It means Faustina would be using our needs assessment strategies as carried out in our fourth section. So thank you so much, Faustina, for that input. All right, so let's look at what we have here to share with you, most of which you have already mentioned. So before we take this scenario, let's look at the external sources we have proposed to you. So we have some external sources you can seek for assistance. We also have places you can go for technical support. And another broad area you can focus on is our parent and community involvement. So under external resources, you can resort to educational organizations. We have a lot of them in the system who are ready and willing to provide support when necessary. Some of these organizations even have resources that you can use to ensure effective implementation. We also have professional development providers. Remember that in this 21st century of education, it is encouraged that every teacher embarks on professional development, be it in a group or as an individual. And we have organizations that see to this as well. So if you, as members of a team, do not have the expertise and resources to carry out some orientation workshops, you can resort to some of these professional development providers to do that for you. Right. So we can also resort to educational associations. Okay, so sorry for that brief break. Now, under technical support, you can seek technical support as well. This is a technological era, so it is important that you organize orientation workshops for our teachers on how to effectively integrate technology in their instructional delivery. So if you feel inadequate as members of a team, you can seek support from some technological providers, if I may put it that way. Now, it is important. You remember one of our participants mentioned that they would collaborate with other DTSTs. So there are times it will be advisable that you have exchange programs amongst DTSTs with nearby districts. And once you do that, a change of phase or two makes some of these training sessions more effective so that they don't get too used to a particular phase. Then, of course, our parents and the community cannot be left out if you want to have effective engagements with them. Remember, the goal is to improve the learning outcome of our Ghanaian child. And without the involvement of the community and our parents, we might not be able to achieve this goal. So it is important that we partner with the community, organize frequent parent-teacher association meetings, share our vision and goals with them. And once we are able to do that, they are able to align with us, and in collaboration, we are able to achieve whatever goal set before us. Now, having said this, let's reflect on the following scenario. The insert program at Alligator Town Basic encounters frequent disruptions, leading to delayed starts, ineffective engagements, and late closing. As a result of sudden development of technical fault with the school's projector, this situation has made the teachers' interest in programs to deteriorate. The school's insert team suggests seeking assistance from an external source. Now, this is your task. Using the chat box, write external sources of support that you would seek to make this program effective and sustained. Okay, so I can see David has suggested that we use the PTA. Thank you very much, David, but I wish you would elaborate more. Okay, Eric is also mentioning technology providers. Thank you for your inputs, but kindly elaborate more in addressing the specific scenario we have on our screen. Jibril says technology support, colleague district support, PTA. Thank you for your input, but I'm looking forward to you elaborating more on the suggestions and how the source can help address the challenge stated. Abu says he would seek support from NAGRAT. Thank you. Isaac, seeking technical support to fix projector. All right, so you see, you remember at the beginning we discussed what troubleshooting and problem solving is. So in this particular scenario, it's a typical example of the need to troubleshoot because the projector not functioning happened unexpectedly. Then again, you can also employ problem solving because they have stated that the teachers complained about delay in start, ineffective engagements, and late closing. So you can identify this knowing that delays might be a challenge and you address them effectively. So thank you for your inputs this far. So I take this one from Yahaya Bawa, and he says he will seek support from educational stakeholders and professional development providers. We appreciate all the inputs coming in.
Are you okay? If not, they are doing something. They are still posting their comments. Take a look. Okay, they are still posting. They are posting.
I think we are seeing it.
I'm ready.
What is this one for? Okay, it's responding to.
Okay. Okay, so Umar Farouk Mohammed says, we may have to have a backup device necessary for programs to avoid any unforeseeable circumstance. Thank you very much, and that will be problem solving. Any other person? So we take this one from Michael, and Michael says, I will seek technical support from technology providers. For example, in collaboration with the PTA, buy a new projector. Thomas also seeks support from Get Fund, NGOs, banks, as part of their social cooperative responsibilities. Thank you. I'll take this last one from Josephine, and Josephine says we can seek support from religious institutions as well. All right. I must say your proactiveness is commendable, and we appreciate it so much. So all too soon, we have come to the end of the 7th section, and we are zooming straight into our 8th and final section. If anybody is logging out, kindly encourage them to stay tuned. But this section also promises to be very engaging and interactive. So thank you for having me this far, and I look forward to encountering you another time. Bye. Hello, everyone. Thank you for your time and patience up till now. And welcome to the last section of the day. In this section, we'll be talking about building a collaborative team. You agree with me that as members of the DTST, we need to come together as one body so that our administration and execution of duties would be efficient as well as effective. So in talking about building a collaborative team, we are talking about a process of creating a group of individuals who work together effectively, share common goals and visions, and also come together to achieve these goals in various contexts, including education. And so we'll be discussing effective communication, team meetings, conflict resolutions, celebrating success as sessions enshrined in this section. Now, join me as we delve into each of these sessions of the 8th section. At the end of our discussion, as participants, we would be able to state and explain why effective communication is crucial in building a collaborative team. We will also look at types of team meetings as well as the purpose of team meetings. We will also state and explain ways by which conflicts are resolved among team members. Our final learning outcome, we will look at ways of celebrating achievements and success as team members. So straight away, join me as we move on to the first section of section 8. Just as we said, we should be able to state and explain why effective communication is crucial in building collaborative team. So I want to state this, that for us to work as a team and for collaboration in our execution of duties to be effective, it calls for effective communication. That is to say, effective communication is the stone or the fulcrum in building a collaborative team. And that is also to say that effective communication helps in building a collaborative team. Now, in the chat box or in the comment section, I would like you to state how effective communication helps in building a collaborative team. As I said earlier, you can provide your answer or your response in the chat box or in the comment section. Yes. Can I get your responses now? Still waiting. Tell me how effective communication helps in building a collaborative team. Yes, I can get it from Bauer. Bauer says effective communication fosters trust and transparency. Bauer, I agree with you. When we talk about collaboration, then definitely there should be transparency. Azizu also states, it reduces suspicions and builds trust and respect. Yes, you are right. Thank you, Bauer. Raymond also states, effective communication promotes a clear sense of direction. You are doing well with your responses. Michael indicates that effective communication establishes a strong trust among the team and then the flow of information. Michael, thank you for your response. Kojo Owusu-Apia says, every member in the team is considered useful in the collaborative team, and this builds trust and support, just as the others also indicated. Thank you all for your contributions and responses. And so to add to what you have already indicated, we are looking at effective communication and how it helps in building a collaborative team. This time around, we are putting it into two categories. So we have within the DTSTs, how does effective communication help? For the first point, we are saying that for every team, there is the need for every member to understand the goals and vision of the team. They need to know what they want to do. And so with effective communication, they are able to share these goals and visions as a team. We have diverse skills and perspective. Wisdom cannot be found in one person. And so as a team, they all have their various skills and knowledge, as well as perspectives. And so with effective communication, as they come together, they are able to share their diverse skills in promoting whatever activities they want to embark on, so that they are able to build and support the directorate or the district effectively. And these are all done through effective communication. By so doing, we see coordination among members, and then effective leadership when one is assigned a duty to perform. Through effective communication, we are also able to come out with clear roles and responsibilities of team members. Each person knows what he or she is supposed to do, so that there wouldn't be overtaking, there wouldn't be overlapping, nor redundancy. Effective communication also helps in bringing about flexibility and adaptability. So that as we come together as a team, we collaborate, and by so doing, we are flexible, sharing ideas, and being able to adapt and adjust to situations when they arise. So these are the reasons why we need to have effective communication among or within the district teacher support teams. Now let's look at the link from the DTSTs to the other teachers. We are saying that effective communication helps teachers in their professional development, as well as clarity of expectation. Professional development in terms of trainings, insets, and other programs, or we can even say interventions for the directorate. And so through effective communication, DTSTs are able to come out with the various trainings, refresher programs and courses, as well as programs to help teachers deliver in teaching as well as learning. With effective communication, we can see timely updates. DTSTs are able to get timely updates, and then a two-way feedback. Whilst information is transmitted to DTSTs from the teachers, teachers also get information sent to the DTSTs. And so we see that it is a two-way affair. Effective communication also brings about regular meetings and the use of multiple communication channels. We will be able to know when to meet, the time, and the venue. When we talk about multiple communication channels, we can also put this into three. We talk about the verbal, we have the non-verbal, as well as the written form of communication channel. When we talk about the verbal, that is where we have the spoken aspect. The written, we can take an example as the written part of it, where you have the letters, you have circulars, messages sent either through SMS or through WhatsApp. For the non-verbal communication, we can mention your facial expressions, your gestures, and even your positions. Then we can also talk about the paralinguistic features, the tone or intonation of your voice. These all communicate to us. Through effective communication, we are able to provide support in terms of resources. Teachers will be able to know the resources available. DTSs will also be able to know what teachers need as resources, so that they can also provide support to tailor in right instructional teaching and learning. Having talked about effective communication as contributing to building a collaborative team, we move on to section 2, which looks at discussing the types and the purpose of team meetings. Now, in the chat box or in the comment section, I want you to mention some types of meetings that you've been engaging in your communities. It may be in school, at home, at church, or in the community in which you find yourself. We want to look at the types of team meetings that we can have. I'm waiting for your responses. Who is ready to give me an answer or a response? Farouk is stating emergency meetings. Yes, Farouk, you are right. Janet SCSL has also indicated staff meeting. Thank you. Nuruddin is mentioning regular meetings, visual meeting. Rowena is also talking about Zoom meeting. Yes. These days we are moving in technology. So Rowena, you are right. Victoria is mentioning staff meeting and PTA meeting. Jibril says PTA meetings, staff meetings, teacher people meetings, and emergency meetings. Thank you all for your responses and your contributions. I know you have all this, so let me add on to what you mentioned earlier. So as you mentioned, for types of team meetings, we may have regular weekly meetings where DTST decide every week we take a day to meet. If you are not able to meet weekly, for reasons being other activities coming in, we may also decide as DTSTs to meet bi-weekly. That is every 2 weeks we meet. We can also have monthly at the end of the month or quarterly for planning. Then again, we have ad hoc or emergency. That is where after all the decisions taken that we'll be meeting either regular weekly, bi-weekly, monthly, or quarterly, there may arise an emergency which calls for a meeting. So it is also a type of meeting we can use. Now, let's look at the purpose of team meetings. For the purpose of team meetings, we are saying that curriculum planning, sometimes resource allocation, how to allot resources to the various schools, and even sharing of updates and progress reporting, data reviewing, and best practices will call for team meetings. And this is captioned as planning and coordination. We can also meet for the purpose of problem solving, and decision making. And I know an in-depth discussion has been done on problem solving. And so when we meet, that also helps us to identify challenges, obstacles, impeding curriculum implementation, solution development, as well as taking decisions. For the sake of professional development, team meetings are also very important. So we can have training on the needs assessment, planning and organizing professional development sections, establishing feedback mechanisms, reflecting on practices, experiences, as well as setting goals. Now we are moving on to conflict resolution. You will agree with me that in every human institution, there is bound to be conflict. There will be hitches here and there. Misunderstanding may arise. And so we are going to be equipped with conflict resolution skills to address issues constructively. And the emphasis is addressing issues constructively and then providing solutions. Now, what is your perspective on conflict resolution? When we talk about conflict resolution, what do we mean? I still need you to provide inputs in the comment section. Yes, I am waiting. A response to this session question. I ask again, what is your perspective on conflict resolution? Henrietta Owusu-Boateng says, when we talk about conflict resolution, it is the best ways and means in resolving misunderstandings. Henrietta, thank you very much for your response. Farouk Muhammad also says, conflict resolution is about trying to resolve misunderstanding between two or more individuals or groups of individuals. Farouk, you are right. Thank you. Smiler also is saying that it is about finding solution to a disagreement amicably. Thank you, Smiler. Yakubu Seidu is also talking about taking steps to address disagreements or misunderstandings when we talk about conflict resolutions. Thank you all for your responses. Let's take the last one. This time we talk about Jesse, so gender. Lucy Agbaka. Lucy says it's about the means of solving disagreements and misunderstanding. Yes, it is true. Just as I said earlier, in every human institution, there is bound to be conflicts or hitches among members. Thank you all for your responses. To add to what you've said, conflict resolution is a critical skill within a district support team for the sake of curriculum implementation. When conflicts arise, addressing them promptly and effectively is essential to maintain a positive team dynamic and ensure that the team can continue working towards its goals. Now, I want you to suggest 3 ways of resolving conflict in your various communities. As always, provide your input in the chat box. Suggest 3 ways of resolving conflict in your various communities. What are your suggestions? James Tuakweku says giving advice. Yes, it's a way of resolving conflict where the third party will give advice. Gladys is also saying that conflict can be resolved through petition. Isaac Awuku indicates conflict resolution is a means of settling differences or disagreements between 2 or more people. Isaac, thank you, but I want you to give me 3 ways by which we can resolve conflict. Adam Ibrahim, he says, choose a good time. Thank you, Adam, for your response. Isaac Anane mentions this can be done through effective dialogue. All right. Thank you for your inputs. Now let's move on to add to what you have already stated. I must say I appreciate your contributions. Really, you are showing to us that it is about communication and then building effective and collaborative team. Okay, Raymond, I said thank you, but let me read your last response. That is promoting healthy relationship and communication. All right. Thank you all. Thank you, Raymond and Kuma. To add to what you have already stated, we heard in section 7 that there should be open communication where there is transparency. Then again, you should activate listening and being a good listener. As a third party coming in to resolve issues, be a good listener. But as you listen, the emphasis should be on the issue or the matter, where you are not biased and you don't take sides. So you emphasize on the subject matter and do not take position. Do not align yourself to one party. In providing feedback as a strategy to solve the conflict, your feedback should be constructive. Your solutions should be written down. And so that leads us to what we call conflict journaling or documentation. As a means of reference to subsequent conflicts, it becomes very essential that you document the various solutions provided to solve or resolve the conflict. Then, in resolving conflict, there should also be consensus building and then escalation of protocols whereby lay down procedures, systems are made clear to all the parties involved. There should be a follow-up and continuous improvement to make sure that it is completely resolved. Moving on to our last session for section 8. As team members, when we achieve progress, there's the need to acknowledge and celebrate the success and victories won. So we appreciate the need to celebrate success in a collaborative working team. And we are also going to look at ways to celebrate achievement and success. Why do we celebrate success in our various organizations? Provide your response in the chat box. Why do we have to celebrate success, achievements in our various organizations? Anybody with a response? Patrick Kwete is saying that by giving fair hearing. All right, thank you. Ankuma Kofi says it makes us feel motivated. Clifford, thank you for stating us. It means you are with us. We are collaborating. Miss Siama is also saying it serves as motivation. Yeah, get the last response, then we move on. Abudu is indicating it is to motivate people to do more. Thank you all for your responses. Oh, Lucy Agbeka. Okay, let me read it. To encourage others to also do well. Thank you all. You've all given good responses. So you agree with me that there's the need to celebrate success because it is of benefit. Just as you said, celebrating success boosts morale and motivation. Here, motivation can be intrinsically or extrinsically. We also say that it fosters a positive work environment. A culture of celebration and recognition creates a positive work environment where team members feel supported and encouraged. And when team members perform and they achieve victory and successes, there's the need to motivate them, and that will also reinforce commitment, boost their morale to do more of whatever they've been tasked to do. So recognizing achievement reinforces the commitment of team members to the team's goals and its objectives. Now let's look at ways we can celebrate success and achievement. We are saying that by public acknowledgements. That is during meetings. We can see it in newsletters, reports, bulletin board announcements. Through this means, we can celebrate success and achievements of members. We can also give them awards and provide them with certificates as a proof. We can also organize social events to appreciate them. Then we can have thank you notes and praises, especially during social events and meetings. The last but not the least has to do with special projects. That is when members perform activities. It calls for assigning them other tasks or special projects just to encourage them and push them to do more. Then again, we can also provide them with professional growth development opportunities, such as allowing them to go for further studies or to participate in other courses and programs. And so I know you have more to give. You can still provide your input in the chat box or in the comment section. Hello, everyone. I know you are still there. Please use this link to provide us feedback on the training for today. And that is the link given on the screen. And so, on behalf of management, all presenters, as well as the technical crew, we want to say a big thank you for your time collaborating with us through these sections for today. We appreciate the time spent with us, your contributions. And again, we want to say that use this link to provide us feedback on the training for today. Thank you for being with us. So we are giving you 2 minutes to the link and then provide us feedback on the training for today. Again, we are saying that use this link and give us feedback on the training for today. And so we say again, thank you, and I echo to all of you for being with us. Bye-bye.